Okay, exercise 3 now. So in 1 and 2, we use referencing of simple simple objects and also referencing with human form. Now we're going to add another component to that in exercise 3 and 4. So this exercise, number 3, we're going to introduce you to scaling. And so we're going to set, it's another way to do referencing, but this time we're actually going to have set units that will be a little bit different for each figure that we have. But one thing that will remain constant is that our eye line, our eye level, which will also in this case be the same as the horizon line, since we'll be either in 1 point or 2 point, that will remain now at a 4-foot elevation. Okay, so that's going to be the difference. So wherever we're going to be looking at, our eyes will be locked into, our viewer into the image will be at a 4-foot elevation. All right, so let's start this exercise. Cut. Okay, filming in 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, to start, we're going to set in the horizon line and also the eye line. Sharpen up the pencil here, done that. So we'll come across here, I've got the same 14 by 17 inch piece of paper, you see that, and I'll do the best I can to keep my head out of the way for the most part. Sometimes I'll just have to have it in there, so just bear with me. All right, so we've got our 14 inch by 17 inch piece of paper. We established now our eye line, and I'm just gonna draw an eye for the eye line for now. I don't want to confuse you a little bit later on. So here's a little eye, that signals eye line. It's also the horizon line, okay? Eye line, eye level, and also our horizon line, since we're located, we're using 1 and 2 point perspective right now, okay? So that means that our eye is locked in. Now, the elevation, EL, that's why I wanted to draw the eye over there. I'm gonna put elevation EL in V. I think that'll also help. So the elevation now is going to be 4 feet. So let's talk about that for a moment. So anywhere that we look out on our picture plane here, sky plane up here, right, ground plane down below, we're always locked in now at 4 feet, no matter where we look. So if we have a 6-foot tall figure, that figure is going to be 2 foot taller at our locked in 4-foot elevation. Same thing with somebody shorter, etc. So this is going to take a little bit more diligence on your part in terms of measuring and finding appropriate units for each individual figure that we're going to do, and I'll show you how to do that to make sure that wherever they are located, that 4 feet of elevation is kept consistent within your perspective system. Okay, well, so what does that mean and how do we do that? Well, we're gonna do 5 figures. There'll be Star Wars figures, and you can do any figure that you want. You don't have to draw my Star Wars figures. I thought I would just use that as a consistent theme throughout the lectures just to make it fun for me and interesting for anybody who likes Star Wars. If you don't, just bear with me and draw whatever you want. If you like Downton Abbey, draw those figures. If you like Star Trek, draw those figures. If you like your favorite football team, draw those figures. And I'm talking about international football, not American football. Draw those figures, or vice versa. So I think you get the idea. The point is to teach you perspective. All right, so let's start out drawing our first figure, and I'm going to start out with a 6-foot figure, and I'm going to say that the figure will stand on the ground about right here. So that figure will be right there, and so I'm just going to start by drawing a straight line up. Now, where that figure lands up here, I don't know yet. I do know this, is that this is right here, this is 4 feet of elevation right there. Okay, so I do know that. That's important. All right. So what I can say then is that the figure, this is going to be Boba Fett, the feet are standing right there on that line. And from here to our eye line, or horizon line, and also our elevation is 4 feet. Now what I can do is set out to create measurements lines to give us a sense of proportion measurement. So what I need now is I need 4 marks to show me that I have 4 units of elevation to our horizon line or our elevation line. Okay, well, how do I do that? Well, you can measure, and I didn't measure an exact distance because I didn't want it to be so obvious. We're going to have to do the work ourselves. So what we need to do is find just half of this line, whatever it is in your drawing. Mine is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 3/4 tall. So what I'll do is I'll make mine then 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3/8 will give me halfway through. So whatever your measurement is from feet to, or the bottom of this line to your 4 feet elevation, you need 4 equal measurements. So there's my halfway line right in through there. Now what we can do is find the half between that. And so I'm just going to eyeball it to say about right there. Now watch. Watch this. Now I can take a piece of scratch paper. So let me grab a piece of scratch paper. So I've got my piece of scratch paper, and what I want to do is just line it up here and say, okay, here's my mark at the bottom. Here's 1 unit mark. Here's 2 unit marks, and I can replace that. Come on top into here. Here's another marked unit right there, so I can put that mark there. And now I've got 4 equal units. So each one of these units equals 1 foot. There's 1 foot, there's 2 foot, there's 3 feet, there's 4 feet right there, and that gives me the elevation at 4 feet. Now we have a problem because Boba Fett is 6 foot tall. So I'm going to put out over here that we want Boba, B-O-B-A, Fett, F-E-T-T, is 6 feet tall. So no matter what figure you're using could be anybody. Make them at this one 6 feet tall. All right, so we need 6 feet over here, so we need 2 incremental measurements left. All right, so we can take these 2 marks here. Maybe just make sure that you can really see these here, here, and here. So I need 2 more. I've got 4, there's 5, and there's 6 right there. So now I can come across, I'll take my T-square. For accuracy, I'll slide it up here, and I'll make a mark. And right there is going to be the height of Boba Fett right here at 6 feet tall. Right. In through there. So we know he's 6 feet tall because we've established now a scale with an elevation of 4 feet tall. All right. So this is 4, this is 5, and the height of Boba Fett riding through there is 6 feet tall. All right, let's do another figure. And we're going to do another figure, and I'm going to draw in these in a moment. I want to do a couple, and then I'll draw them in really quickly, and they'll just pop up really quickly, and you can see that so we can expedite our time. But I want to do a few more to show you how this works, and then I'll pop up what I've drawn in through there. There, and then we'll do the last couple of figures. We're going to do 5 total. All right, so now what I want is to put Chewbacca out here. Now, Chewbacca is 7 feet 5 inches tall. So we've got an elevation of 4 feet out here. But I want Chewbacca greater in the distance. Boba Fett's going to be closer, so I want Chewbacca greater in the distance. So remember from our lecture on how to see, figures that are further away are going to be higher up also in the composition. So we're going to put him further away, and I'm going to set where I want to place him about right here. So that's where that dot, that strong mark that I make, you can draw a lot lighter. I've got to make this show up in the camera. So this is where his feet are going to be. And then after that, I'm just going to draw a arbitrary line coming up, really tall. Now we won't be this tall, I guarantee you, because he's further away. All right, so let's figure out what Chewbacca is going to be now. So I'm just going to put here Chewie for short. Remember, he's 7 feet 5 inches tall. So he's really 7.5 feet. So let's figure him out. So we know that our elevation here is 4 feet, right? So we need 4 incremental marks to get us there. Well, you can eyeball it. About right there is halfway, right? So that's 2, 1, 2. Now we need to half the other 2 here. In here. You can really get scientific by measuring these out, but I want to show you that you can just eyeball. Now, if you're really bad at eyeballing, then you want to measure that out more appropriately. Now, you could have drawn your line up when we started our scaling at 4 feet. You could have come down and made 1 inch your scale. I didn't do that because I wanted to show you how you can be a little bit more arbitrary and more visually more controlling to your aesthetic rather than having scale control you so much. Remember, perspective is a very much a creative tool, and I want to make sure that we always emphasize that in these lectures. Now, I've got 4 feet of elevation here. I've got 1, right, 2, 3, right, and 4. Now I need 7 feet 5 inches, so I need 3 more increments plus about a half more. So let's line up our line. It almost lines up nicely, but not quite with my blue lines here. So there's 1, and there's 2, and there's another, and there's 3. So now I can add them on top of our elevation line, right through there. I'll move my hand out of the way so you can see that. Okay, there we go. And I'll make a mark on our vertical line. So there's 5, there's 6, and there's 7. So let me say 5, 6, and 7. Now I've got a problem, right? We need 7 foot 5 inches, so about half of that. So we need about half of that is about right there, plus just a little bit more. Well, no, wait a minute. I'm going to mess up myself, right? I always have to think through. So half of that is 6 inches, so we need half of that, and then minus 1. So I have to double check myself too. So if I ever make any big errors, you'll never know out there because I'll cut it out of the video. So just FYI, I make errors too. We all make errors. This is complicated stuff. So now that is right there. That is 7 feet 5 inches tall right there for Chewbacca. So let's put him down on the ground. Let's get a nice strong line so we can see. And let's recount this to make sure we've got it. So we've got 1 unit, 2, 3, 4. There's our elevation. 5, 6, 7, and half of that is 7 feet 5, and 1 down 5 inches. 7 feet 6 inches would be 7.5 feet. So there Chewbacca is at 7 feet 5 inches. Look how smaller he is, even though he's taller than Boba Fett. If we brought him forward, right, in perspective, what's going to happen? He's going to be 6, 7. He's going to be 7 about right here in height, as he should be, because he's almost a foot and a half taller than then Chewbacca. Let's actually go ahead, you know what? Let's go ahead and set them all in, and I'll come back and draw these in. I think that'll be easier too as well. The next one we're going to do is just a common droid, and he's going to be 5 feet tall, and we're going to put him over here, but we're going to put him closest to us because he'll be the lowest. His ground line, where he touches the ground, where his droid feet touch the ground, will be closest to us in any composition. But will he actually be taller than Boba Fett? I don't know. We'll see. We'll put him. Now, Boba Fett bisects. He comes all the way across this way, right? So there is where his ground line is. So right now he's closer than Chewbacca. So we're going to set our droid a little bit closer in. Let's put him about right here. Okay, so I'll make a nice mark, a tick there. Okay, right there. And I'm going to draw, you should probably already have this down, so we want him at 5 feet. So I'm going to draw a vertical line up, about right there all the way up, okay? And we're going to call this one just a droid, okay? And he's going to be 5 feet tall, okay? 5 feet. All right, so now we need 4 marks, 4 equal units of measure to get us to our horizon line or our elevation line. Remember, they're one and the same. Elevation, eye line, and horizon line right now are locked in. So we need 4 units. So half of that. Now, if you happen to find that the measurement is close to equal, that really helps. Sometimes I can do it that way. This one is 5 1/2. So that would make half of 5 is 2 1/2 plus a quarter. So 1, 2 1/2 plus a quarter. That'll give me halfway through. Whatever yours is, you need your marks. You need 4. Four equal units. So I can eyeball this one, put my next equal unit there, and my next equal unit looks pretty good right there, right? So let me just get out of the way. You can see our marks. We got our marks in. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and we need 1 more unit of measure to get to 5. All right. So now we take our trusty little piece of paper as a guide, and I'll line it up right in through here. It almost touches these blue lines, but not quite. There, and we'll just transfer that unit of measure up to our vertical line, which is our height line for our droid right there. And right there is our 5th unit. unit. So that is 5 feet tall, and so I'll bring a line over. Now, what do you notice? This is interesting. This is why it works and why perspective works, okay? So there's the height of what will be our droid. He's at 5 feet tall, okay? But he's in front of Boba Fett. Fett by a little bit, but not by a full foot. So he's still going to be shorter than Boba Fett. If we bring his head over to there, he'll be shorter by that much, which is pretty interesting. Which is by about a half a foot. Okay. So again, we can play around with depth and scaling too as well. Now the last figure I want to put in is BB-8, the new little exciting and very personality-rich, charming BB-8 droid. Very simple to draw, and that droid is only 2 feet tall. Now we're not even going to get up to our 4 feet of elevation. So he's going to be shorter, always shorter. He'll never be taller than our elevation. Why? Because that's where our eyes are at 4 feet. We're only at 4 feet tall. Now, if we're 6 feet tall, what's going on? If we're looking through here, that we may be sitting down. We might be kneeling on 1 knee or 2 knees, or sitting down, if you're really tall, on your buttock looking out. But we're at 4 feet. We could be in a vehicle too as well. But our eyes are locked in at 4 feet. And remember, we're not looking up and we're not looking down because we're not in 3 point. So we're locked in. All right, so where do we want BB-8 to be on the ground? Let's say we want him further away than the droid, but closer than Chewbacca. Let's put him about right, let's say here. So I'll make a strong line so you can see it. There, so that's where BB-8 is going to be standing on the ground. So I'll make a little title for him. So we'll put BB-8. And BB-8, I looked it up, and he's about 2 feet tall. So 2 units tall. And so what we need now is a line, just a straight line coming up, and we'll need it to the, really just to the horizon line. I'll make it go a little further than that, our elevation line. All right, so what we need now is to find, we'll just find our 4 units up. Halfway looks to be about right there, doesn't it? There's half. In half is 2, right? If he's two units tall, there's his height. So we have 1 unit, actually really this is 2 units, and this is 4 units, because we get half that and half that. So all we need is 1 mark halfway, and we're good to go. So BB-8 will be that tall there, and BB-8 will be that, where the bottom part of that ball that it makes up the big part of his body will rest right in through there. Okay, so there we go. So now we've got scale units for our figures. And what I'm going to do now is go back, rough these figures in a little bit so you can see how they relate. And then we'll move on to exercise 4, which will be using scale, and then to use that scale and then reference figures all over. So, all right, so let me come back and we'll take a look at how our figures, Boba Fett, Chewie, the common droid, and BB-8 fall into our scaling. I'll be right back. Okay, really quickly, I'm going to lay in the Boba Fett figure a little bit. I'm just going to gesture it in, and then I'll finish it off camera. But just to show you how scaling will work. Now, we've got to fit him in from head to toe. So the top line here, bottom line here. And so we kind of know, not even kind of know, we do know how we can fit him in. So if I'm going to gesture him in from head to toe, we'll take his head in through here. We'll take his shoulders a little bit. Now, he's not completely standing straight up. And I'm just using photo reference that I found online just to help facilitate this and make it a little bit quicker. So we've got his reference in here. Of course, his helmet will be about right. The classic sort of Boba Fett helmet will be right in through there. So we're just going to give a rough gesture. And then the pelvic region about right in through here. And the knees, legs, roughly right in through this area. And then down in through. So my job is to kind of get him located, you know, especially his front foot right in through here at 6 feet, even though he's not quite standing up straight. The point is to get it pretty accurate. And of course, later on, you can reference these too. All right, so there is Boba Fett in through here at 6 feet tall, just a rough lay-in to push him in, and I'll clean it up in a moment. So let's go on now to Chewbacca's figure. All right, now laying in Chewbacca, so remember he's 7 foot 5 inches, and so we've got to remember to put him in completely. So his head goes here, and then the feet end here, so his height is there. So it's a complete 7 foot 5 inch accurate height line using scale and perspective. So we've got his head in through here, and then his shoulders all rough in and gesture in through, arms coming down, waist, legs, which are going to start up high, and he's going to end about right in through there. So there's kind of this rough gesture, and I'll clean that up in a moment off camera, and I'll bring this to a conclusion really quickly to show you how a more cleaner, still rough, but a cleaner version of this can be applied. All right, so now let's go on to our droid. He'll fit in at 5 feet. So we'll start to place him in through here. It's just one of those common droids that we've seen in the video, 1, 2, and 3 series of Star Wars. So we'll have him about 5 feet tall, even though he might be taller. And so his head's in through here. This kind of line of being torso machine thing he's got is in through here. Arms in through there, coming over. And then we'll push his little mechanical pelvis with one leg coming down over through here, all the way over, sitting down to the ground there. So the idea is to be pretty accurate to the scale and keep it pretty close to where you want it and need it, right in through there and over. And so we've got our gesture of our common droid laid in at 5 feet. So even though he's closer to us in perspective, he's still going to wind up being a little bit shorter than our Boba Fett, because Boba Fett's pushed back a little bit, but he's also taller, 6 feet. He's a foot taller than our droid here. And lastly, let's lay in BB-8 over here. So we have BB-8 at only 2 feet tall, so he's pretty tiny, and so the majority of BB-8 is just a sphere or a ball. So we'll have him laying down in through here, where he's not laying down, but sitting down on the ground right in through there, and then we'll just put his almost spherical head. It's kind of a shell shape, ping pong ball shell shape, about right in through here. So he'll be located roughly about right in through there. And so now we've got all of our main characters really, really roughly gestured in. And now let's go back and let me finalize these by rubbing these in a little bit, and then we'll conclude this exercise number 3, and then we'll go on to 4. So I'll be right back. Okay, so I've got the roughed in now Boba Fett character, about, again, 6 feet tall, so from just a real simple rough in, nothing detailed or too crazy, just to get the idea across. You can do yours much more detailed to your heart's content, but I'm on a time commitment here. So, okay, keep moving. So we're doing little rough ends here. So we've got, again, now the scale of Boba Fett from roughly the height line from the head to the toe. Now it's 6 feet tall. And our elevation, remember, is at 4 feet. So 4 feet, you know, all over. Just remember that, where our eye level is, what we're looking at. So where the audience, whoever the audience is, it could be another figure, whatever, where our eye is locked in at 4 feet elevation. Okay, so let's go on and I'll rough in a little bit more fully Chewbacca. So now we've got Chewbacca roughed in more cleanly, or a little better. We'll keep it pretty rough just for time's sake. You don't have to go crazy unless you want to. So now he's at 7 feet 5 inches tall here. And then obviously going back into perspective, if we bring him forward, he's still going to be taller than Boba Fett. So if we bring Chewbacca up to Boba Fett's ground line, right in through here, he will be much taller than by a foot and almost a half. So by the given units that we have here, his pelvic region right above here, his waist region, will still be at the 4 foot high elevation, because that's where we're at for 4 feet. So, well, actually it might be a little bit higher than that. But I think it's important to know that what we're looking at, again, in terms of scale, you're going to see nice changes. But again, we referenced our figures even more accurately. Before we just threw out a concept without scaling, but now we have some really accurate measurements to go along with with our referencing too. Okay, so we've got now Chewbacca out here pretty far away at 7 feet 5 inches, and we found him with our scaling. All right, let's go on to our common droid, battle droid. Okay, just finishing up now our little common battle droid in here. So roughing him, giving him a little bit more expression to make him a little bit clearer, so we can see him. He's about, I'm going to call him now 5 feet. He may be a little bit taller in the movies, but just for educational purposes, we'll call him 5 feet, and we'll put him again about right here. So finishing him up now, he's roughly on our 5 foot ground line here, and his height line where his head is, where we've got him located. Now remember, we've got him now in front of Boba Fett, right? Okay, so he's actually closest to us. He's actually the closest figure in our composition. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 figures, with Chewbacca being the furthest away, then BB-8 next, then Boba Fett, and then closest to us is our little common battle droid here. But he doesn't necessarily register as the tallest. He's almost, to be quite frankly, just a little bit taller than Chewbacca. Chewbacca is 2.5 feet taller than our battle droid. So that's where our scale works. So you can set it in any figure you really want to, as long as you're calling whatever you're calling your 4 foot elevation, and that's part of the point of our demonstration. So let's go on now. I'll do our last one. I'll show you this together, and I'll just do BB-8 since it's pretty quick and pretty simple. We'll just do him quick, fast, and nasty here. So basically, just a kind of circle or a ball for his body, just to clean him up just a little bit, rough him in. These don't have to be completely finished. Some I'll do more finished than others, but I don't want to burn too much valuable time in the videos. The point is to use perspective, and then you can really get into final drawings where you're using that really deeply in terms of detail, etc. and so on. So okay, so let's move it here. So his little head coming over in through here, right through there. There we go, and we'll have his little eye source and through there, and probably some other accoutrement there, and a little antenna come up. I'll use a couple straight lines to make that work for us. And there we go. We have BB-8 roughed in. And remember, he's sitting right there where he rolls around, and then the end of his head is here. So that's the true height line right there at 2 units tall, right? So he's 2 units tall, and then his antenna stretches a little bit further. But for our purposes, his body height for overall is 2 units high. So there you go. Let's pull out. I don't need to pull out. I think we're okay into here. And let's take a look at what we've done in terms of scaling. So we use scaling with an elevation at 4 feet, right? Here's the horizon line, which is also our eye level, which is in our elevation, which is at 4 feet. And again, our eyes are locked on that. We have our sky plane. We have our ground plane. We have Boba Fett at 6 units, so we set our units really right, and so we knew that 4 units tall was where the elevation line was. So wherever we demarcate where a figure is 4 units tall will be up to the elevation of our elevation point, and of course we can go beyond it. So the trick is to make sure that you get equal spacing for your distances, and then you can really control just about everything through that. Okay, let's go on to exercise 4. I'll slow that down a little bit. Now we're going to combine what we learned in exercises 1, 2, and 3. We're going to reference and use scaling together. We're going to use Princess Leia and R2-D2. We're going to have them standing up and laying down, and we're going to have their scale, and we're going to reference them all over the place. So that's what's coming up next. Stay tuned. I'll be right back for exercise 4. going to have their scale, and we're going to reference them all over the place. So that's what's coming up next. Stay tuned. I'll be right back for exercise 4. Here we have arrived now at exercise 4. So we're going to scale and we're going to reference figures all over it. Have a little bit more fun with it. So we're going to use Princess Leia and we're going to use R2-D2 a little bit and scale and reference them up. Okay, so what we want to do now is establish our elevation level, our horizon line, and our eye level, and we'll do that with one simple horizontal line all the way across. And again, the elevation will be at 3 feet or 3 units tall. You want to think of it that way if you're using the metric system. This is easily the same thing. I don't know the metric system because we just weren't taught it here in the U.S. unfortunately, and everybody else uses it except us. But that's a different item. So it can still work out. Just call it 3 units. I'm going to call it feet because we use feet. So our eye line is here. Here's our eye. Over here is a little eye coming out. So we're locked in at 3 feet. And this is also the horizon line, which separates the sky plane down below here from the ground plane as well. So here's our elevation, 3 feet tall. Now, Princess Leia is going to be 5 feet tall, and R2 is 3 feet 5 inches tall. I got those measurements from the Star Wars database that you can find online. It's really cool if you like that. You're kind of geeky and you like that stuff, which I kind of am too as well. So okay, so I'm gonna say that we're gonna put Leia about right here. So I'm gonna make a mark right there. There. So that's where Leia number 1 is going to be standing. and then we're going to put her vertically. I'm just going to throw a vertical line up, okay? I don't know exactly where she's going to be up. Her head's going to be up here, but I know her feet are going to be on the ground right here. So this is 3 feet elevation. Now she's 5 feet, so we need to find three units here and then transfer 2 up. up here. So here's how I do it. So we can say this is half right in through here. It separates one from actually a little bit higher. So let me make sure we get that right. Let me get my eraser out through here. Sorry about that. Let's make sure we get that really good and clean. Now you can measure this line. Whatever you get, you get. I like to do it without it just because it's not so tidy and clean. Things aren't always that neat and creative. So that's half, but I need a third. So I'm thinking here and about right here puts me at nice and neat thirds. About right there and about right there. So I'll come back and I'll erase that down a little bit so you won't see that. And so there's a unit. There's a unit right there. Okay. So now I have 1 unit, 2 units, 3 units. Now you can do this on a painting or a really fine drawing that you're doing, a piece of finished art that you want. Just be really light with it. I'm being a little bit darker and more crude and raw to get through the words. But I like to do it without it just because it's not so tidy and clean. Things aren't always that neat and creative. So that's half, but I need a third. So I'm thinking here and about right here puts me at nice and neat thirds. About right there and about right there. So I'll come back and I'll erase that down a little bit so you won't see that. And so there's a unit. There's a unit right there. Okay. So now I have 1 unit, 2 units, 3 units. Now you can do this on a painting or a really fine drawing that you're doing, a piece of finished art that you want. Just be really light with it. I'm being a little bit darker and more crude and raw to get through the exercises faster. But know that aesthetically, you can be very, very almost transparent with your marking and your measuring, and you can do it on finished pieces or pieces that you want finished. Just draw very lightly and very, 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 very gingerly. It can be on paintings, it could be on engravings that you want, whatever. So now we've got demarcations here, right, of 3 units. So here's one. I'll transfer over. You know how to do this now. So we have 1, 2, 3 units of elevation. Now we need 2 more up here to get her at 5 feet. So there's another, and there's another, and voila, we have 4, we have 5, and now we found, using our scale with our elevation at 3 feet, it's like finding the middle part of the person, the way we're doing it, the way I'm doing it, and there she is on the ground, and here she is up here at 5 feet. Let me move my head out of the way so you can really see her. So let me rough her in. I'm gonna start doing these a little bit more crudely and just leave it so I can go a little bit faster. I thought I was gonna do these a little bit more finished, but just to go a little bit faster, I can get videos done, I think, a little bit quicker for you too, mercifully. So we're gonna sketch her in a little rougher, so we're going to have her head about right in through here, okay? And she's got that sort of those donuts on the side, so we'll have those in here and here. We'll give her her hair coming down. Just a simple eye line, nose line, right in through here, and then she's got that beautiful kind of robe on. This is the classic sort of Princess Leia from the earlier films in the 70s, and so we're going to have her in a robe to keep our drawing really kind of simple. So shoulders out and through here, arms coming down flowy, in through here flowy, hands can be right in through here, and then her dress, her garment will come down and flow kind of in a bell shape, and then it's going to wind up right down in through there. All right, so we've got her now roughed in. There she is. Okay. Looking kind of dour there, but she's a serious lady. She's got to be right. All right, so there we have her. Now we have a 5 foot, get a little higher there. Now we have a 5 foot Princess Leia there. Okay, so now let's reference her back to a reference point. So let me make sure that our demarcations are really obvious. So 1, 2, 3, 4, right, and then of course we need 6 because it's 5 here, so 5 spaces. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces. Now she's 5 feet tall. Let's reference her back and put her back in space over here. So let's take her right in her garment and give her a little bit of extra pizzazz and shadow, maybe just a little something to take the bite off being so stiff. So let's put a reference point. Remember from exercise 1 and 2, we're combining 1, 2, and 3. So let's put a reference point here. It's like 1 point perspective. So there's a reference. Okay, I'll put reference 1. And remember this from lecture number 2. Let's take her here from her top and her bottom ground line where she touches the ground. And let's place her about right here. Let's put Princess Leia right here. All right. How do we know she's 5 feet tall? Well, we know that in rule number 1 in perspective, all parallel lines in nature or artificial that are parallel and on the ground that are level will recede to 1 point, and that point can be on the horizon line. Rule number 2. So this distance, this length will be the same here as it is here, and so on. We can also take her units here. Our elevation is still at 3 feet back here, right? So there's 3 feet, and here's a unit. We can take this unit and go back to our reference point. We can take this unit. Remember, we did our stormtroopers like this. We can take that unit, and we can take that unit back, and now we have a better indication of where to put Princess Leia's features at too as well. And again, this can happen on a very fine piece of finished art, whether it's digital, you can do layers, you can use tracing paper, you can do it on a painting, you can use pieces of paper, little marks and graphite, whatever it takes to get the measurements that you need when you need to be really, truly accurate. And a lot of times you will. So let's kind of rough her in here. So her head is about right in through here, just kind of a simple little oval running through here with some donuts. There she is, back in through here. Okay, and she's got a little garment to here, little line for her eyes and her nose and mouth and through here. And then let's get her garment coming through here. Hands are about right. So we can see where to put all this since we have a better, nice sense of scaling. Then we'll come down and show her dress will end. And her feet will be covered up a little bit because of the garment about right in through here. And there she is. So we've got her now back in space a good distance. And she's retained her same height. Her physics don't change. Her perspective from us. And we're only at 3 feet high. So we're probably about the size of Yoda's vision, if you want to be really accurate about it. Or we could be sitting down in a chair or on our knees or on one knee looking up. Whatever it is, we're looking straight out. Our head is level to the ground and we're not tilted up or down. That would be 3-point perspective, and we'd have to do something different for that. Okay, so remember that we are in 1 point or 2 point perspective. Okay, now let's take Princess Leia and let's turn her. We'll keep her on the same plane of depth, but let's lay her down and then reference her out a little bit. How do we do that? I'll show you. So let's take where she touches the ground, right there where her feet would be, and let's just draw a nice horizontal line over it, just like that. Okay, we can take that. Now, a really simple way to do that, you can measure this line and bring that line from her foot to her head, or what I like to do is just use a compass. So I've got my compass over here, really nice compass. Get yourself a really good one. Spend some money on a compass. It will serve you if you take care of it for, gosh, a lifetime. This is pretty new. That's kind of an ironic statement since I have a new one, but the old one was just too ratty for television or for a YouTube channel. All right, so I've got her located from head, the pencil end, and then from the bottom here on the pointy end on her ground line where she touches the ground, and then we're just going to transfer that arc right there and over. Right there she is. I'll make it nice and dark so you can see that. And so now her head will be over here, right here. So let's lay in her. So here she is laying down. So she's taking a nap, or maybe she's knocked out, whatever it is. But we're going to put her head about right here. Okay, keeping her shape and size and scale the same. We're controlling her scale. So there's a little nose. There she is there. There's her her collar, breast may be coming out just a little bit through there, and then we'll put her robe into here, hand over here, really crudely, not going to spend a lot of time, and through here, buttock, and then over to her flowy dress right in through there. So there she is now laying down at 5 feet over. And of course, we could transfer all these little demarcations over too as well, but the main point was to get her sitting down over into here. All right, so now we have her at 5 feet laying down. What if we wanted to reference her and bring her really forward? How would we do that? Well, we can use it by reference point. So let's say we want to put her somewhere over here, but in front of this figure here. How do we do that? You know how to do that already, by referencing. So one point about referencing too I want to mention is composition. And so what I can do, before I even set out drawing, I'm starting to think in my mind, what angles do I want my reference point in my head and my toe point? Maybe I should do that in blue so you can really see it. Where do I want them to be so I can get her over here? So I'm thinking feet. Her feet might be here. Would that be enough to get her head in? So I got to be really careful. So I'm going to try to put a reference point I'm thinking about right here. So I'm going to put a dot there in blue so you can see it nice and strong there. And so I'm thinking, okay, through her foot line from the reference point, I line them up and I'll draw a convergence line or diminishment line here. And then we've got the top of her head out through here. See how far this is going to kick out even with that reference point there. So I'll use that. I'll come on over. In through here. And that's going to give us enough room. Now, what we want, I can come back over and say, okay, I want her to be, because I can fit her in pretty comfortably all the way up till about right here, and then she falls off by my smaller piece of paper. So let's put her then about right here. So we have her right there. So I'll put a horizontal line that tells me where I want her at. Now what we could do, we could reference a little bit of her, the back, where her neck is going to be. So through that little point, I can come over to get really accurate. We can use our reference, since we're referencing, we can be accurate. So from kind of where her neck is going to be, I can line up my reference point here, over to here, right there. There's her neck, where her waist would be, about right there. I'll make a little mark, okay? We can see that. And come on over, right to there. There's kind of where her waist would be. And so we have some good marks where her hand would be right in through there. And so we have some placement for her her being. So let's lay her in now. So we're going to recreate a 5 foot laying down Leia right in through here. All right, so her neck would be through here. That means her head, her chin would be roughly, right in through here. So we'll lay the back of her head in through here. We'll put her little nose here, and we'll put her hair, her little donut shaped thing going on through here. I'd be really crude about it. So her chin and her jawline would be right in through there. Neck, collar, right in through there. And we come up a little bit, maybe breast forms would be right about peeking through a little bit right in through there. And so we have her shoulder coming over all the way down to kind of where her robe would start to come out. And the hand would be maybe laying down about right in through here, peeking through a little bit, kind of long. And then we can say, okay, the rest of this waist is going to be about right in through here. I'll put some hair on the other side so we can really make it look like her. It's kind of like a ram's horns running through, right in through there. Then we can come up, and then she can come over a little bit, and her dress kind of flows over. The back and the buttocks can be in through here, flowy dress. And maybe if we want, we can have her feet kind of emerge, maybe right in through here. Would be kind of like that. Her leg would be up. We could see inside that, so we can get a little bit of that, and her dress would come over like that a little bit. All right, so we'll kind of just tone that in. And there she is now at 5 feet. So there she is 5 feet across here. And we brought her, and we used a reference point to bring her up closer to us, right in through there. So there's Princess Leia now at 5 feet. So we scaled her, then we referenced her over, then we turned her downward, and then we referenced her back towards us, now laying down. So there she is in 4 different positions. Of course, we could do the same thing if she was kind of leaning over. We could figure out how tall that was, scale it, and then reference it back and anywhere and move it over. This can be moved, quite far and quite distant. So we could levitate her up too if we wanted. We could use that same position, levitate her up and then through to give her some depth and distance as well. Okay, so let's do an R2. Let me pull up an image here, and let's pull him. Let's put him over here, and then we'll reference him a little bit, and then turn him over too as well. So R2D2 is 3 feet 5 inches tall. So he's about 3.5 units or 3.5 feet tall in your composition. So if you're doing meters, he's at 3.5 units or 3.5 meters, I suppose. That's probably bigger than 3 feet. So you'll have to do smaller units, but you can go by units or feet or meters. I just have to do it in feet. All right, then where do we want to place him? Let's place him about a little bit behind Leia and over here in our composition so we have room. So let's put R2, I'll put a nice dark mark so you can see it. So we're going to put him on where he's standing. And of course he always leans over a little bit, but maybe we'll have him kind of straight up just a little bit, kind of facing us right on, so where he's leaning back a little bit so that you don't see the angle as much. And we'll bring a line up from his ground line up a little bit higher, just where we need it, because he's not going to be that much taller than the elevation line. So R2, Leia, let's see, Leia was 5 feet. We'll mark her in over here. Leia was 5 feet. And R2 over here is going to be 3. R2D2, 3 feet 5 inches, which is almost 3.5 feet, right? So keep that in mind. All right, so let's get R2 measured in. So we need to, I'm going to find half, or you can think about a third. So half is about right there. That's what I'm thinking. And then a third of that, in and in, it's another unit. It's kind of like having this unit, just bringing it down a little bit. So about right there and there and there. And then I'll kind of erase this out again. And again, you can scale where you measure your first figure. Could be exactly kind of 3 units. You could use inches, or you could use 2 inches for that, whatnot. So many different ways to do that. All right, so there's his mark, and here's our units. There's 1 unit, and there's 2 units. All right, so we have 1. I'll put it on this side, actually, since we'll draw that way. So there's 1 unit, there's 2 units, there's 3 units, and remember, our eye elevation is at 3 feet. So there we are. Now we need half of that unit to put his height. And so we just come back over, use our piece of paper, scratch piece of paper, and we'll say, okay, here's a unit, and here's a full unit, so half of that is about right there. So there's a half unit. We'll just bring that half unit up, make a demarcation right there, make a little stronger line, and that's where R2D2's full finished body his head will be right in through there. All right, so why don't we use blue then for our R2 figure? So let's do that. Let me sharpen up my pencil here. Oh, whoops, it broke naturally. There we go. They keep breaking naturally. How about that? I'm not going to cut. I'm just going to get this until we get a sharp one. How about that? Almost there, so you can catch up if you need to. Remember, you can slow me down, you can speed me up, you can do whatever you need to make it work, the lesson work for you. Okay, so we've got R2 now. So let's draw him. Let's just rough him in pretty quickly. So here he is at 3 feet 5 inches tall. 3 feet 5 inches, and we've got to go down just a little bit. I just call it an error, right? Did you catch my error? So we have to go down a little bit, so it's right there. It's 3 feet 5. What I drew was 3 feet 6 right there. Sorry about that. So there he is there, and we'll get his little head roughed in, right in through here. There's where his curvature of his head part is, and he comes down a little bit. We're going to bring him in since he's right on with us here and here. There's his curve right in through here. Okay, and then we'll tighten it up a little bit. I'll just use my ruler to tighten it up. Keep it really tight. Keep it fairly simple. R2 there. Okay, and over there. And then we'll just put a few details right in through here. So he's just a little bit taller than our elevation. Not by a whole lot, but just a little bit. Some detail in through here just to finish this out really quickly. Okay, got that part, and some of the detailed stuff goes here. It's not that important. Here and over. You get the idea. Okay, so now let's put his leg apparatus, and it's about right here across. Keep this real simple. Make it really quick. Here, through, here, and down and through there. And let's put his little legs down where they touch the ground here. Those cool little triangular wedge looking things that come across and do that. And through here. Okay. There we go. All right, so we got him standing now at 3 feet 5 inches tall. About 3 feet 5. He's not that much pushed back from Leia, just a little bit, maybe about half a foot or so. So there we go. So now let's reference him back to a point and put him back in space here. And so let's pick another reference point. Let's put one here. So that's reference 2. And since we have a scale here, we can drive it back to from the ground line where he's standing, sitting on the ground, and then from his headline, which is a little bit lower, that blue line is, to the reference point right there. Okay. And then we're gonna make one laying down. We don't need another one standing up. So let's make one laying down, but even further back here. So what we can do, how do we do that? Well, let's bring his full height over to there. So there he is standing. And remember, he's still 3 feet 5 inches back here. 3 feet 5 inches from head to toe. So how do we do that? Again, we can just bring a line over, like so. Then take our compass, so we can get our accurate scaling. And to take our compass and we'll line it up. So I'll come back in here and we'll squeeze that in to where we need it. So lay it in, like so, just a line and twirl over. You can do it like that if you want. I can show you like that. So it's about right there. It's good. So now we can take it, put the pointy end. Whoops, my pointy end fell. Let me put that back in. Always happens on camera. So if it falls off, it's okay. It just goes back in its slot, like so. And then all you have to do is just tighten up that little wheel. No big deal. All right, so now we're good to go. So now we can place our links over. I need to go a little bit longer. There we go. And now let's just transfer that height down to where it sits down, lays down, right there. Now where it touches, right here, that is where his head will be, right there. So feet or legs, wedges will be down here, and the head will be here. So let's rough him in now, laying down. All right, so let's take our blue pencil here, and let's lay him in. So here he is down below. Here's his head. Kind of curves over, so his body does this, like so, kind of laying down there, and we'll put his little top part in through there. The body kind of finishes up here, and then we'll have a leg coming out like maybe a little bit higher, right? Higher there with the wedges coming out like so. So there we go. Now we have R2 laying down in perspective, and we've used his scale from his front one, pulled him back by reference point, demarcated where we wanted him to stand, right, the ground, and then we just tilted him over. We could put him in the act of falling. We could do a line where it's just leaning too as well. It doesn't have to be straight. We could do that as well. All right, there you go. So we combine exercises 1, 2, and 3 to create exercise 4. We scaled. We found 5 units for Princess Leia. Then we pushed her back in space by using a reference point. And then we tilted her over by just transferring, because she's not changing in depth, by using a compass, finding her ground line and her height line from her head, tilted her over. Then we used a reference point. We brought her through here. This was actually reference point 2. I'll just put through here. We brought her over and fuller. We found her length here by 2 reference lines from her head and her foot. And then we found her features here. And then we did the same thing over here as with R2. We found where we wanted his feet to be, the wedges to be here. We knew that 3 feet was the elevation, and we needed 5 more inches. Here was half, and we had 5 inches here, so 1 under, and then we referenced him back in space where we wanted to put his height here, which is 3 feet 5 inches, and then we just flipped him down, and he's falling down too. He fell down too as well, or he's a sleeper. I don't know if he sleeps, but he's now on the ground. And there you go. Exercise for referencing and scaling figures. Let's go on now to exercise number 5. Okay, we're at exercise number 5, and we've just got through with exercises 1 through 4, which have been referencing and scaling. And now what I want to do with exercise 5 is introduce you to depth. So this is about depth and equal measurements in perspective. I'm going to also introduce to you the concept of the crossing X or diagonals from one end of a shape or a form to the other to find a center for forms and planes, so that we can find some simple ways without having to measure in and out of perspective to give us some equal spaces and distances as well. It's a really useful technique for dissecting forms. I'm not dissecting forms, we're not scientists, right? But finding really simple solutions to halving, quartering, eighthing, and beyond. It sounds really scary, doesn't it? It is. Be very afraid. No, it's not. It's really simple. Perspective is really simple. You need to be shown some I wouldn't say right ways, the mature way, professional way to do it. And I think that you can take these simple concepts and be very, very creative with them and come up with some really dynamic solutions. But you have to know some of the perspective procedures and rules, and then you kind of get it in your head, and you're really kind of good to go. Okay, so let's start, and I want to show you first thing in terms of depth, showing you how to find the center of any kind of form very simply with a crossing X. so what we're going to do now, I'm going to take my materials, my T-square, we're going to come up here, and I'm going to draw a couple of rectangles up here. So I'll start here, and I'll put something down here like so, and I'll put something down here like so, okay? And so I'm going to tighten this up here, so I'm way up here high. I'm going to tighten this up a little bit to about here with the vertical, nice and true, 90-degree vertical and 90-degree horizontal, so they'll be both nice and tightened up there. Then I'm going to erase off a little bit here the edges of these, keep these nice and clean. You can see me use the eraser shield. I'll just take the eraser shield and kind of mask out that edge just to clean up, make it look nice. There, a little bit better, see how it looks a little bit better. You can do the same on this side. You can use an inside form, or you could just use the outside. A lot of times I'll just use the outside. But they come in really handy. Okay, so that cleans it up a little bit. Now, how do we find the center of that really quickly without measuring? Well, let me show you. I can take my red pencil here and just to make it a little bit easier. And so So we'll take a diagonal line, I'll call this the centering X technique, from one corner opposite to the other. This is the bottom right to the top left, and we can go from the top right, if you will, to the bottom left. I'll try to keep my head out of the way as best I can. It's not always doable, okay? So we have a crossing X there, big deal, right? So what? Well, right here, right in the center, right there is the true center of that form. So we can come over and put a line there later on if we need it. This is really going to come in handy when we start thinking about perspective space. Right now we're just flat. We are totally two-dimensional, okay? So we found the center of that form, and now we have two of those, all right? So let's do another one. I think what I'll do is I'll draw some guidelines all the way across. I'm going to draw them a little lighter. Hopefully you can see them. I know my head's in the way. Bear with me. There we go. So let's put another one out there. And I'm going to put down another vertical, line it up to my horizontal for 9 degrees here. And then I'll put one about this size, make it a little bit different size, just for variety. Then I'm going to darken in these horizontals across. Here, maybe this will help get my head out of this way. Okay, here and here. Probably not. Okay, all right. So let's do the same thing now. Let's find our crossing X. Let me sharpen my red pencil. Keep your pencils as sharp as you can. I know they break really quickly when you press them down to the piece of paper. That happens. It happens to me all the time. Well, for you know, because I've got the video camera here, and I've got to draw harder to push down so you can see it. In your own drawings, they can be much, much lighter. I prefer that they be lighter, wherever you're at out there. My students at NKU, certainly, but at YouTube land, develop a really light touch. I have to draw, again, darker and harder, and my pencils break because I need to show up on camera, so keep that in mind. All right, so now from each opposite corner, see I just broke it? That's okay. From each opposite corner, let's draw our centering diagonal, okay? We're going to call it crossing X or crossing diagonals, right there. And again, where they meet, that's our true center. So we found, with our T-square, we've already found our vertical coming down through that center point, right there, right? Now, what about a horizontal coming across? We've got two parts. We've got left here and right. That gives us two parts. What if we wanted to find the center horizontally? Easy. We already know how to do that. Right through the center of that point, directly through that center, right there. That's halfway through, okay? So there's your half right there. So we've just bisected that also in horizontal half. And so we made two planes here, but because we've already crossed and found the center also vertically, now we have 1, 2, 3, and now 4 sections of that side. A little bit different size, right? But the same concept applies to squared or box forms. We can really make anything out of a box form. Box form is very, very useful for us for anything to draw, and especially in perspective, because we can carve out of it like a sculptor can in our mind and shape more organic forms if we need to. Let's go on now. We'll move over to the right and let's do another form here and use the same technique, and let's go a little bit further as well. All right, so I'll put a rectangle type form down. Let's put one maybe a little longer than the others. And the other two, so pretty long on here. I've got a larger piece of paper, by the way. I'm cropping it by the camera over here, but it's a 19 or 18 by 24 inch piece of paper. But whatever size works for you really works for you. It doesn't bother me. Here, I want a little bit bigger piece of paper. And I'll come back in and darken those horizontal so you can see it better. Bear with me so I can get my head out of the way so you can see that. Okay, so just darken those in. Okay, now let's go and use our crossing X, find the center of our form without measuring. Now we could take, what is this? This is 3 inches in, let's say 7/8. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, now 16ths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3 and 9/16. So who wants to measure all that when you can do this? Find your center by coming over here, crossing X over, right? And doing the opposite on the other side, and where they meet in the middle, you guessed it right there, bingo, right there in the middle, that gives you your true center. Okay? And we're flat right now. We're not in perspective. We're talking about shapes. Still, there's your half. So there's your 1 and your 2. Now let's do the same thing. Let's find our center here and here. Bring it on across. Bingo right there. Okay? Just like a Union Jack almost, right? And flag there. All right, so now we have 4. Now, how can we go further? How do I find the center of this quarter section? Just like you did, the principle applies now in fractal sense because you can go deeper and deeper into that idea. So from this corner, we can go back now to the opposite corner, just playing opposites off one another. There's the center there. You could do the same thing here if you wanted to, but it's already done for you. Why do it again when you don't have to? So now I can bring my vertical over, line up my T-square with my triangle right through that center. That gives us 8ths now. Right across here, these are equal spaces. We're creating equal spaces, not necessarily equal squares. Maybe here they are, but equal spaces. We can do the same thing now over here. I'll just do it down below just for different areas so we can find our center point here and here. Draw a crossing X diagonal right there in the center. Remember, right in the center, that's where that vertical will go. Or it could be horizontal. Because watch, I'll show you. We've done some work for us. We've still got some work to do. There. Then we can bring our horizontal through here. Okay. Line it up, find that center all the way through there. Same thing, move it up. There's our center all the way through. And look at that. Now we've created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 2, 16ths. So we have 16 spaces with the same concept. So the same concept is working all the way through our composition. It's really nice to have that work for us in perspective space. Okay, now I think we're ready to now add it to perspective. So let's drop down now and let's see the same concept. So this is, we'll call this centering. I'll just call it center X technique, and it's something we'll use quite a bit. I'll call it diagonals. We're using diagonals too as well. So using diagonals. Okay, and all of this is for finding centers, right? And for spaces of equal distance. And this is going to be really important when it's in perspective because it's not going to look equal, even though it will be correct. And that's why we need this for perspective. So center spaces of equal distance. And also depth. That's what we're talking about. All right, let me drop down now. Let me sharpen up my pencil. My trusty mechanical pencil. Hopefully you've got one. If not, that's okay. No big deal. Any pencil will do, really, in the long run. All right, so let's drop down now a little bit, and let's drop in a horizon line. I'll pull it or put it across here now, nice and clean there, nice and true. Okay, and I'm going to put in a vanishing point over here, probably about, let's say right here, and that'll be my vanishing. Vanishing point right there, 1 point vanishing point. Now we're not, our center of vision is here, right, and sky plane, ground plane, but we haven't really talked yet about station point and also cone of vision. I'll talk more about that really soon. Trust me, you'll get all you want based off of that. Okay, so what we want to do now is kind of recreate these a little bit, but let's do them in now perspective, and so we can introduce you to the concept of of depth and also equal distances as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a side of a form that can kind of look like this. So I'm going to create this left side. So I'm going to take my t-square here, line it up, and we just need a vertical. Now this vertical is going to go above the horizon line, which is also our eye line. I'll put it over here. So horizon line and also our eye line too as well. We're not talking about any elevation. We don't really need it for this lesson right through here. Okay, so there's my arbitrary line for what's going to be a plane. We're going to make this into a three-dimensional plane that's going back to our vanishing point. Okay, so now what we need diminishment lines from or convergence lines from the vanishing point to the ends of our plane, or a line there, which will soon be a plane here. here. In here, I'll do it in red so you can see it. There we go. Draw yours. Keep your drawings very, very light. The lighter the better. A light touch, like drawing on a chicken egg. You don't want to break the egg, right? So keep it very light. Okay, so I'm just going to create the end of a plane. Maybe make it feel like a long rectangle. It's all about just aesthetics at this moment. So what do I want it to look like? So I'm going to cut it off about right here where these two lines meet, and there's the end of my plane, and I'm going to outline it a little darker so you can see it running through here and here. Here we go. All right. Okay, we're done. Congratulations to you. Now what do we need to do? We need to find the center of our plane. How do we do that? Well, we know, right? Remember the center X using diagonals. Dun, 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 there it is. And it's really easy. You already know how to do this. You already know how to find the center of that plane. Now in perspective. That's what's exciting. That's what makes this exciting. I know it's simple, but get excited about it because you're on your way to really understanding depth, space, and distance in perspective space. So center X there, using your diagonals from one end to the other, and now we have found the true center of our form right there, slightly below the horizon line. That just happened to mine. Yours might be a little higher depending upon this distance. I don't even think these are equal. If they were, then your horizon line would be right in the middle. All right, so now what I'm going to do is just like this one, right? Remember that one? We're going to draw a center line right through it. There we go. And now we've created what? True half, true center in perspective. And that's really, really important to understand, is that now we have equal parts in equal spaces. Okay? So let's do another one over here. We'll use that same vanishing point. We'll put one a little smaller over here. So let's do another one. So we'll put another vertical, and I'll stop where it meets these two diminishment lines, convergence lines. Let's bring another one here. I'll make it look a little bit shorter than that one. So this one will look like this one. This one will look a little bit more like that one over here. So I'll cut off a little shorter. Later on, I'm going to show you how to find their equal depth in perspective. So we'll come over here and we'll darken in our line here and here for the diminishing top and bottom. Okay. Now let's find our center by crossing X. Now I'm going to start to shorthand it a little bit. Watch this. So I'd line up my ruler, but then I'll just kind of draw an X just to make it a little simpler, because sometimes we're going to use a lot of lines, and this is going to help. As long as you're lining up your ruler, it's going to be really beneficial. Okay, so there's my true center right there, slightly below the horizon line right there. And now I can draw a nice true vertical through the center, and we've done the same thing as we did to the other one, but let's go a step further now. All right, so we've got that. Now, through the center point, right through here, how do we find our center? Do we just line up our t-square? No, because we're not using perspective. Now we have to obey rule number 1 and rule number 2, perspective. Let's go back to the vanishing point. And so from the vanishing point, out from the vanishing point, we'll line up through that center point. I'll draw a little diminishment line all the way through. That red line tells us that's where our center is. And so now I'll just darken it up, right? And now we have, bingo, we have 4 forms. Here we have 2, we have 1, right? We have 2. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 equal spaces. They're equal to each other. They may not be perfectly symmetrical. They don't have to be at this point, but they're 4 equal spaces in perspective. How simple is that? How nice and clean is that? It works out really, really particularly well. Okay, so now let's do the same thing to this one, right? But let's put it on more of the ground. This one's standing up. Let's put this plane on the ground a little bit. All right, so let's do it this way. Let's take our T square. And remember, I'm sliding and butting up to the edge. Let's put a plane down over here, a line. Let's put a line here. Okay, this is gonna maybe make this really dark so you can see it nice and medium dark. You can make yours light. There you go. That should show up. Yeah, it shows up nicely in the camera. I've got to work for the camera so you can see it. Otherwise, it's a moot point. So I'm gonna take my pencil, starting to get a little dull. I'm gonna sharpen up. I'll give you a moment to catch up if you need it. Okay. So this is exercise number 5. You're working in perspective journal, if you will. So now we need to create depth really quickly. So from the ends of this line, this will be our plane, from the vanishing point out to, see how the pencil breaks a little bit? It's really annoying, especially for a heavy-handed guy. Right there, okay? And also right there as well. There we go. Okay, so we need to create an ending point for our plane. So what I'm gonna do is just make it kind of look really long like this one, okay? Later on, I'm gonna show you a way to create equal spaces in depth and distance. It's pretty powerful stuff. So I think I'm gonna cut it off, make it look cool about right there. And that's all it is, just an aesthetic, arbitrary problem. So I'm gonna cut it off about right there, where I put that mark, and then I'm gonna draw a nice horizontal there, okay? Then I'm just gonna refresh this red line into a darker line, so make it, to show it that's the end of that space, there, into there, okay? Here and here, line it up with the vanishing point here and here. All right, so now we need to find our center. We know how to do that. Draw crossing X, pretty cool stuff. Okay, here, I could have shorthanded it. Maybe I'll do a little bit. So just right, so I have them lined up to each individual point there, right? See that? Get my head out of the way, make sure right in through there. So there's our true center, right there. So I'll put a little dot there, and then we can draw from the vanishing point. I'll line up through this center point, right? I'll line that up, and where my ruler, my triangle, hits through here, that's where the center of that line will be, right there. Bingo. Look at that. Nice two equal distances, and you can measure that to check and see if that's accurate. So I'm at 5.5, 2 3/4. Yeah, perfect. Works out pretty nice. Close to 5.5, not quite. So let's find. Now the center of this plane in deep perspective as we get into foreshortening. Look how long that is. You're like, whoa, wait a minute. Let's see what that does. That makes sense for 1 and 2, but what about this one? So let's bring a horizontal over and find now our true center in perspective. Whoa, these are equally spaced. Why are these two so long? Look how quick the foreshortening happens as we go back into space. So if this was the foundation of a house, this would be the true center. Keep that in mind. Look at the difference between what perspective does and depth does. So here, right, look how much larger these two are than here, then same thing, but also up here. This is a flat plan view where we're looking straight down on, right, if you will. Here we're moving in perspective and we're visually going back, and to a disappearance point on our vanishing point, which is on the horizon line, which is rule number 1 and rule number 2 of perspective. Always try to connect those 4 simple rules. So that's our true center. Look how much the foreshortening happens. All right, let's split this up into 16ths and maybe 30 seconds. Let's see how deep we can go with this. All right, so we need to find some more centers. Let's find the center of this back one and then this one here so we can go quickly with it. And I'm going to shorthand it a little bit. Line up. Line up my ruler, find my center there, line up my hard edge, my triangle ruler, find my center. Center there. Okay, now watch this. So we'll add in our horizontals first. There's the center there. Here, there we go. Put my lead in a little bit more. Okay, let's find our horizontals there. Through that center point all the way across with your graphite pencil. Okay, now we can go again. How about we'll find the center of this one, this front left corner. So I'll shorthand this a little bit. Okay, here and there. And I'll do the same thing over here. Okay, be careful of this red one. It's not quite the same. Here, okay, and here, and through there. All right, so we found some more centers. Probably getting the hang of it. through there. Notice how it goes through that one too, all the way through. So we bisect all of them. We grab them all at the same time. Look at that. All right, we come over here. We line up our ruler from the vanishing point through to this center point here. Sometimes I'll put my pencil down and I'll make the ruler hit it, and then I'll kind of swivel the ruler over to that point so that I know it's fairly accurate. Through there to there, back, and look at that. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 16ths already. We've recreated this now in perspective. Okay, so we've got, again, this idea of perspective, which is also, what are we talking about? It's the idea of now depth, right, in our composition. And we're really, also what we're saying is we're using rule numbers 1 and number 2 in perspective. We'll use that constantly. They constantly align. Let's divide this. Let's go even further now. How about, let's do that. I've already got a center here. How easy is that? Line up our hard edge. We'll go across. We've made 4 more, so that's 20. Okay, now we got to find some more centers through here. So I'll find the center of this left one, or any one. Maybe this middle one might be even easier. We kind of have a line here already for us there, and this goes through there, right? Make sure they align nicely, cleanly. You got to keep your pencil pretty sharp. If it gets too thick, it's going to take you off. So you can't be lazy. You've got to really sharpen there. Okay, I'm going to sharpen my pencil now and make sure I preach what I say I do, right? So I'm going to sharpen. I'll let you catch up for a moment there. So we have that. All right, come back. So what else can we do? So let's find some more centers. Let's find the center of that one. We already have a diagonal there. It makes it easier for us. So I'll find the center of this one here, there, and we'll do another center there. Okay, so for the last back one too as well. It already makes it easier for us. All right, so I find my center right there. I'll draw a line, horizontal line, nice and clean through that where it meets the back end. I'll do one more there, and we should have 32 right there, 32 squares. All right, so let's count how many columns. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's halfway. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Look at that. Look how short they get. Foreshortening done for you right there in true perspective. And then so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 to give us a total of 32 spaces. Really clean, in depth. Pretty nice, isn't it? Works out pretty well for us. And of course, you can recreate these side up here. We'll just do one really quickly. Maybe we have enough space to put it maybe all the way up here just to get it out of the horizon, off the horizon line in the sky plane. So let's do one more quick one. We'll just divide it a couple of times. So I'll put it in the true sky plane up here, right there. So there's the back end of our plane, and then we'll shoot to the vanishing point. Here's our top and our bottom. Back to the vanishing point, over and over that way. Okay. So I'll make this a little shorter because we've got the lettering in the way there. Right in there, so it looks pretty good. All right. And then I'll tighten this up to make it darker. And then you know what to do, right? You find your centering diagonal, your centering X. You've got that going on here. We'll shorthand that right there. And right there, you got to go through the steps, though. You can kind of eyeball it. You can try to eyeball it, see how good you are to find the center and perspective, and then go back and find it. Because that's what my hope is that you use all this guiding and structure, true formal linear perspective, and it helps to inform your shorthand or your relaxed perspective when you're just sketching, or you're doing your simple form, which you're sketching and you're using little formal rulers and things too as well. It helps that. So there's our true center. We've got two planes there, and let's find 2 more right on through. That center will line up. And that's the trick, is to start to use this in a way, when we get really formal, you ingest this material, and then it becomes second nature. So we found our half there, and of course we found our half there. And then this plane is totally in the sky plane, right? It's completely above our eye level, and above our eye line. Our eyes are here looking up, etc. Okay? All right, so maybe we could do one more here. We could do a little tilted plane. Yeah, we could do even a tilted plane. Let's show you a tilted plane. Why not? So I'll put one. We got enough space out here. We got plenty of time, and let's put a tilted plane out here. Make sure you can get it in your camera. So let's do this here. So this is the tilt here of our plane. So an angled line. I don't know what degree that is, and I don't care. So we've got the back ends of our plane here and here, and let's shoot now for our vanishing point with our diminishment lines, or our convergence line here and here. Right there we go. All right, how far do we want to make it? It's up to you. I'll cut this one off nice and deep right there. Okay. Now all we need now is the same angle as here. Okay. Now we could shoot for a vanishing point far away, but that's different topic. So we're just going to bring the same angle over, eyeball it best you can. Leave it for there. There we go. And that's it, because we use the same vanishing point for our depth. And then I'm just going to darken this in here and here. Okay. There we go. All right. Now we're going to find our center. You know how to do that by crossing over center X. I'm going to shorthand it a little bit there and there. Opposite ends and where they meet. There's the center right there in perspective, and you just need to bring that same angle through. Like so, this needs to go down a little bit. I don't completely like that, so I'm going to change mine. Hopefully you did yours better than mine. This needs to come down a little bit. You just have to be careful with that. You have to eyeball it. Sometimes we just don't get it right. So what I mean by that, this angle, to make it look better, it needs to be about right there for my drawing. Hopefully yours is better. Sure was. All right, so now we take that angle over. Just want to eyeball. That's why I like transparent triangles, etc. You can really get a sense for how those those lines and those angles work. So now we have two planes of equal spacing. That's the true center right through there. So let's find a few more equal spaces to develop this further. So through the vanishing point, through the center point, see how we're getting faster? Right through there. There's another one. Let's divide it a few more times, and then we'll move on to the next exercise. So we've already got that one. We'll extend it a little bit longer. There. We'll find a center. There, right. Let's do the same thing on the opposite side. Here and there, right? Okay. So now we've got some points to work with. So from the vanishing point out through this center, we'll line them up through, right through there. We found that. Okay. So we don't want to hear a parallel, angled, inclined line, or declined if you want. Later on, these can go to a vanishing point for inclined perspective, which is rule number 3, right? But we're going to just keep those parallel right through that center point there. And now I believe we've got 16 spaces. Let's see. So 4 times 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 16 spaces in a tilted plane. So tilted plane. All right. So just remember that every exercise tries to build on from the prior one to the next one. You can take figures now and put in reference and draw them in by hand and reference them through. They could be scale. This could be a checkered floor. This could be a wall. All kinds of things that you could work with. So now I want to go on. We're still with exercise 5. I want to go on to a new sheet, and I'm going to show you how to add equal spaces. For instance, how would you add, if you had this full space, another one next to it, and without having to measure? How do you do that? Not only in a plan view or flat perspective, if you will, but also in depth. So we're going to call that adding 1/2 or adding 1 full, and it's a pretty exciting exercise, and it's so quick and it's so easy. I'll be right back. Okay, onward with the next part of exercise 5. Here I want to show you how to create, in a plan view right now, or a flat view, a shape, rectangular shape, and then half it, and then create its half distance, equal distance next to it, continuing on to create more equal spaces, and then also create its whole space, or its whole distance, with equal spaces, and then show you how to do that in perspective depth. It's exciting. It's not as hard as you think. It's really pretty easy. You just have to be shown, and once you know that, it adds a really strong dimension to your perspective understanding. Okay, so I'm just going to a new sheet of paper. I've got the old drawing we just did under mine. You might see some of it come through. It's really nice, and just to have that kind of underneath, just I guess to have it there. All right, so let's recreate another rectangle here, and I think I'm going to draw a guideline for a few across here. I'll do that first there, and also there, just to have that. And then let's create a rectangle here. Okay, there could be a box later, maybe something just like this. All right, nice and clean there. Let's find a center. We know how to do that. Easy peasy, right? Find our diagonal. We can go faster, and I'm going to shorthand it here. Shorthanding just means that I don't have to draw every single line. That's going to come in handy for us. There's our true center, right? Okay, so now we're going to create a true vertical through that center. Let me get my graphite pencil back. There. Okay, we have that coming through there. Okay, so now we want an issue here. We've got to find how do we recreate another half distance next to it without having to. You can measure it all the time, but in perspective, in depth especially, doesn't always work. Well, I'll show you. First thing we're going to do is create a center horizontally through the whole thing. Let's do that first. So we're going to do that. We're going to create a horizontal center all the way through. I'm going to do that in blue. Okay. Now what we can do is we can bring a diagonal line from this top corner here. Okay, right here. I'm just going to extend it over. We can be You can bring a diagonal right where it meets, right through this center point here, and where it touches this line, that's going to give us half the space. Watch this. It's pretty cool stuff. All right, so let me show you from this point here through this center here. That's the true center of that form. We'll bring our measuring diagonal over. Okay, where we talked about that before. Right there, where it touches the bottom line, that's another true half space in perspective. And I'll bring the vertical up in bingo. Now we've just created another half. Half space. And if you don't believe me, just measure. Measure that to that to that, and you'll see that they're 3 equal distances. So we created now 3 equal spaces using diagonal measurement without actually having to measure really anything. Isn't that exciting? It makes it a lot more fun. Trust me. And we could keep doing that. How would you do more? All you have to do is from this line, right? Go through. Let's just do that. Let's create 4 now. So from this point through this point, we found our centers already. Another diagonal. We meet up right here. Boom. There's another. I'm going to leave it like that so you keep that in your notes. But right there, there's another equal space in another equal distance. Pretty exciting. At least it is for me. I think we're going to show you pretty quickly as we go deeper and deeper with lessons in perspective how this is going to work out very nicely for us. So I'm going to extend this line a little bit so we can see it in through here. Okay. All right. So now let's create an entire form and recreate itself in perspective. So I'll move over just a little bit here and we'll recreate the entire form. So we've got that. Okay. And we'll make it a little smaller. Maybe this space, this distance, maybe like a square right in through there. And I'll darken this up here. Okay. Right there. And I'll darken it up a little bit right there. Keep my head out of the way. And we'll draw crossing X for our diagonals. So shorthand it. We already really know where our center is right there. Right there, and of course, right there. Okay, got that, so we're good to go. Now we use that to find our center, then we drew our blue line through it. So that's the thing that we'd have to repeat right and through here. Our horizontal center coming all the way through. Now let's recreate the whole thing. Okay, how do we do that? Kind of like we just did over here. Now we could bisect this in half, and maybe I should do that just to show you we're not recreating a half, but we're recreating a whole. There's the center vertically. We have 2 halves here, 2 halves here. Now we're coming to recreate the whole thing. We're coming from this corner through the center diagonally all the way over. Let me show you what that looks like. So now we take this space diagonally through here over, right to there, just a diagonal. There's no degrees that we need to know yet. Right in through here, where it meets up, that's a new recreated space, and that's pretty exciting. And I'll take my vertical up, bring it over, and then I'll darken it in. And if you want to, whatever shape that you did, if you did mine a little bit differently or the same, measure them, and you're going to find that. Unless your pencil thickness is off, they may be off by a 32nd. This is equal to this. So we have 1 and 1, equal units in space. and we did that by diagonals. Here we had 3, now we have 4 over here. So we have, in our view over here, hope you can't quite see all that, sorry about that, we have equal, I'll write it down here, forget that sometimes. I get excited and I forget that, you may not be able to see it. So we have equal units here. So in your notes, keep clear notes that all we did was, we found our center, drew, bisected that center with a blue line, and then we can come over from the corner. And we're not recreating a half, but we're recreating a hole. Through here, half, what we would come through here to here, over, would be about right in through there, right? Pretty exciting kind of stuff. Okay, let's go on now to exercise 6. So exercise 6 is more understanding with depth in equal spaces, but now we're going to put it into perspective, just like we did with our first introduction to depth, where we didn't worry about equal spaces. Now we're going to increase the complexity a little bit and project these kinds of equal space depth projections, primarily this one, using perspective. In depth, rule number 1 and 2 in perspective. Okay, so I'm sharpening up the old pencil here. So I'll grab a T-square and we'll get at it. So I'm just going to work down here at the bottom. So now we're in exercise 6, and I'm just going to throw on now a horizon line, establish that across, nice and clean, make it nice and dark so you can see that, okay? And I think I'll just put a vanishing point right here, and label that VP for vanishing point, so we'll use all our depth projections coming to that vanishing point. So this will be in one point. That's the horizon line, right? And that's also our eye level. So I'll demarcate that here at HL for horizon line, as well as our eye level. Okay, so we have that. All right, so let's work now with some projections of depth and find some equal spaces to our composition. All right, so the first thing I'll do is I'll establish, well, and we're going to work with planes like we did before, so I'll establish a plane over here. We'll keep it primarily in the ground plane. So I'll draw, make sure we're nice in the camera. That's going to definitely help. We don't want you out of the camera. All right, so here's the height of the plane right there. So we have that. Okay, and we're going to drive that back now to the vanishing point. So we will project, maybe I should make it a little higher. Maybe have a little bit more space so you'll see that. So let's go a little higher. Okay, there we go. All right, so maybe about this high. Okay, just a touch higher. How about that? All right. Okay, so let's go back now to the vanishing point. Let's set up diminishment from the vanishing point. A series of projections out here and out here. I'll drive them a little bit further out so we can understand them there and there. Okay, so we have that. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to sharpen my pencil, that too as well. And I'll talk a little bit. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to arbitrarily pick out a depth of a space or plane that we want. And then we're going to recreate it in perspective at exactly the same equidistance, or the same equal space as we did up here. So our next step is to create a space, and I think I'll just put it about right here. It might be more almost squarish in perspective, but it'll still probably be a little bit of a rectangle. So that's arbitrary. That means that I set that up on my own aesthetically as a look. Okay, so, right, so what's the first thing we need to do? We need that crossing X. Remember that? That's going to play a big part of perspective. All right, so let's do that first. I'm going to shorthand it a little bit here and here. Start right in there. Okay, and I'll do the same thing over here and here. About right in there, and we found our center. Okay, now like our blue line, we're going to drive that back to, you guessed it, the vanishing point. So I'll take my short blue pencil, and that's the center of that plane. We're going to drive it from the vanishing point out and through here. Okay, so that's our center. All right, so now how do we recreate this space over to the next and make it equal distance? Well, remember up here, especially this one. Let's take a look at this one. Either one works, but this is the one we're really recreating. So our blue line is center line here. Going back now in terms of depth, we need to take a diagonal line through the corner here, corner like this one, right? So watch me point together through this point here, right? And where it falls and hits our bottom line here, that's where that next equal space will be, but in perspective. That's what makes it so dynamic. So let's do that now. Let's recreate the same space going back into perspective. So it's going to be foreshortened. It's going to look a little bit smaller. All right, so from this corner, draw a diagonal through that center. It's got to be through that center all the way out where it ends along the bottom line. Boom, right there. That's where our next plane will be. Look how cool that is. Now you can go tell all your friends how cool you are, right? All right, so there's the vertical right there. Boom. Let me darken it in a little bit so you can see it, and we can distinguish it from the red line right there. So now we have two equal planes going back in perspective. It's important to note, see how these look equal. This box looks the same as this one. They are equal, but they are flat. We're looking down, we're squared. These are not, even though in perspective they are. We can pull them out and forward. If they're pushed like this and we pull them out and we look at them, they would be equals. But now they're not because they're in perspective. So they're going back in space and they're getting foreshortened. Let's do another one. How easy peasy is it? Through the, again, same thing. Through here, we've already got our center point all the way through, so we're good to go. Let's keep on going through here, right? We've got it through here, through our mid corner, all the way until it touches, boom, and we'll keep going. Let's speed this up a little bit. So there's our center, right there. Excuse me, not our center, but our next box or plane or square. Let's keep on doing another one. And you're gonna see how fast this starts to get foreshortened. Through there, right through there, next, right? And then we come along with my graphite pencil, my mechanical pencil, put a linear mark there, right? And then again through here to there. And look how accurate we can get in perspective. This is gonna come in handy when drawing buildings or figures or sections that you need equal in the future. There's a method to all this madness that we're utilizing right through there. And again, it's based on some very rudimentary and simple diagonals. Here we go, and I'll do a couple more, okay? Right in through here, and through here. So we're not even using a vanishing point for this. We don't need it. We're using a diagonal through the center there and up. So let's analyze what's happening. These are equal spaced squares now in perspective. Notice how they're getting diminished, smaller and smaller, and they would continue on out as we go. Let me fill them in so we can see them cleanly here, right, and here, okay? Do we notice that? Also, what do you notice? Look how the foreshortening of the diagonal that we're using gets to as well. So these are all equal spaced. So equal spaced planes. So equal spaced planes and equal spaced or equal shape planes in perspective. Okay, excellent. So we've got, so how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, let's do another one. Let's do another one over here, and let's do the same idea. And then we're gonna put bottoms to them as well. Let's do that. Okay. So we're gonna have a rising plane again, and then we're gonna have kind of an L-shaped plane too as well. I'll show you what that means right now. So make sure we're in the camera. Okay, we got that. So let's put our plane here. There we go. Our back mark for our plane, and then we'll go back to the vanishing point to set up our depth here. Okay, here and here. All right. So let's make a new rectangular space. Maybe make something a little longer. Let's make it maybe here. So it's a little longer than the one before. Here we go. So now I'll trace over this so we can see it cleanly. Here and here. And what's our next move is to find the center of that plane without measuring. We really can't measure because we have to take into account the perspective. So now what we have is we have our crossing mark, and I'll shorthand it a little bit here, and also bingo there. Right there's our center, and I'll use the blue to go through that point to the vanishing point and then back out. Draw a construction line or convergence line, running through there's our center. Okay, we're good to go there. All right, now, so we want to recreate this form again over through here, right? All right, well, let's do that. So we're going to go through the back corner through here, right, to center corner through here, and where that diagonal falls on our bottom line is where the depth of this space is pushed forward in perspective. So we'll go here and over. It already gets pretty foreshortened. Okay, there. So bring up my vertical here. There we go. Is our next space. We see that. Let's recreate the same thing from here, right, to this point. Here we are to there. We got it. And we'll do one more after that. Here, and let's do the same thing over here. So through this point and through here, we've got it. There it is. Bingo, right there. Excellent. And we have that, and then we'll bring this up right there. And now we have 4 equal spaces, just like we had on this side. Let me fill the middle of it. Let's do something else. We can add to this, make it a little bit more complex. There, and also there. There we go. Now let's bring them forward a little bit, like so. So bring this over. Okay, bring this over. Bring this over horizontally here. Bring this over horizontally here. Bring this over horizontally here. Now what I can do, I can just take this line. I can use my compass. Remember how we did in a couple of lessons back? Okay, I'll use my compass. I gotta find my compass in my office. I don't get to see the clutter over my big. I've got this big, huge drawing table that's, you know, about 10. No, I wouldn't say 10, 5 times the size of this picture plane, and it's got so much clutter on it. I should really keep it cleaner, but I will. So we can take this measurement here and just bring it on over. So I'll take my compass, and I will come over here and line it up. Or you could take a piece of paper like we did before. I like using the compass too. Makes me feel important, I suppose. Here, make it a little bit further out, and I'll just bring that measurement right there where it bisects. Just bring a line, and there's the length, equal length for this space here. You can make it longer if you want. But I want kind of an L-shaped plane to show you. Now, through here, through this point, back to the vanishing point right here. So we create our planes on the ground. Through there, and back to use the red. So you'll see it back to the vanishing point there. Then I'll darken these in with darker tone. Right in through there, and just darken what we need, the parts that we need. Whoops, right through there, broke the pencil. That happens all the time. Good, you can catch up if you need to. Let me sharpen up here. There we go. Bear with me. All right. Okay. So let's finish this out. So that's darker. I'll darken in the back here. Darken in the back. There. There we go. And so on. You get to see all this start to emerge a little bit better. Okay. There we go. Now we have a set of planes, like a ground and a wall, if you would, over them. Okay. So let's do the same thing now, maybe with some forms up here in our little sky plane going back to our vanishing point. How about we do that a couple of times so we can get used to seeing it in different directions. So I'll draw a line now. Let's say here, a little bit off center too, as well, to support right there. So here's the length of that plane, there, and then we'll go back to the vanishing point. Here, there we go, and there, okay. All right, so now we need to find, we're at 5, but decide on how deep we want it, so I'll make it for now. Now later on, I'll show you using a different measuring point. We haven't talked about measuring points. Well, we can set a measuring point at 45 degrees from our station point, which we haven't demonstrated fully yet, and then we can get a 45-degree angle, and we can find a equally true 45-degree, 90-degree square. But that's for a lesson coming up soon. So here, and darken it in. So let's recreate this square, this shape, more times. How do we do that? Remember, we got to find our center diagonal, okay? Use our center diagonal, our centering X here, and there, right through there. There's our center. Then we'll take that, I'll use my blue pencil, and I'll drive it back to the vanishing point. Where's my blue pencil? There it is. We'll drive it back to the vanishing point here and out. There's our center, okay? So now, recreating that. How do we recreate that? You can do either corner if you want. You can go from here to here and over. You can go from there and there over. I'll just go on this side. So from the corner, back corner through where the center bisects right in through there, diagonal over where it touches, that is our new square right there. So I'll bring this over. Okay, we'll do 4. That's 2. Let's do another one. Remember, from this corner through the center where it touches, here to here, there's another one. And so you can see where this would be really a handy technique for tiled floors, walls, spaces, or gridding for scaling and depth and dimension as per needed. And then lastly, one more time, through this corner and over here, right through there. Bingo, there's another one. Look how foreshortened it gets really quickly. It's very quick how it gets foreshortened back in space. It can get very deep. So you'd want to have probably a deep scale of it. This might be like 6 feet by 6 feet or so, maybe deeper than that. Could be a building. There we go there. I'll just darken these in, tighten these up a little bit, and so you can see them. Boom, and there we go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 squares of equal space. And you can do the same thing down below here. I think you get the idea. All right, so there you go. So exercise 6. So let's refresh a little bit. Excuse me. With exercise 6, we're using more simple depth projections of now equal squares in perspective with a 1-point vanishing point, which will come, I think, handy pretty soon, pretty quickly for other exercises. So number 7 will be depth and distance. Of unequal sizes using a baseline, and we'll create simple columns from that. I'll show you how you can set out different measurements and widths for creativity, and then project them back in space off a nice straight horizontal. It's pretty easy, and it's a lot of fun, and you can keep your perspective pretty tight, clean, really quickly. Okay, let's go on to 7. Okay, exercise 7. So we're going to use depth and distances, and we're going to create unequal spaces. We're going to use a baseline to create simple columns, and we're going to create off that baseline from the baseline to create equal or unequal spaces, and then backwards and forwards. It's a pretty unique technique. It blew me away when I was a student learning it, and we'll see if you think it's interesting or not. But we're in exercise number 7. Okay. All right, so the first thing that we're going to create is, let me come up here and make sure I'm in the camera here, is create a horizon line. All this nice across here. So there's our horizon line, and I'm going to have a vanishing point. I think I'll pull it over here, and I'll label that VP, vanishing point in through here, okay? So let's say that we wanted equal spaced columns in perspective, and there's a simple way to maybe do that, to space them out before we project columns or equal spaces and distances. Let me show you what I'm thinking and how you want to go about this. So I'm going to draw a baseline horizontally across, okay? So there's our baseline there, and we're just going to label it baseline here. It's basically on the ground, and it's going to be like a measuring line, okay? And so I'm going to take my ruler now if I want some equal distances, just for easy sake. I'm going to do that. And of course, mine's in inches. You can use the metric system if you're using that too as well. So we're going to demarcate some spaces that are material. And then there's spaces in between. So I'm going to mark each one an inch. 1, 2 on the baseline, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 there. Okay. So let's take this idea now, and let's take all of these back to the vanishing point using rule number 1. Okay, of perspective. So I'll use this ruler, and we'll go back to the vanishing point here from point 1, and then 2. Okay. We'll keep on going here. 3, 4. And these are all equal spaced spaces. Remember that. They're all an inch apart. I don't know how many centimeters that is. Maybe it's 10. I don't know. I don't know the metric system. All right, there, okay. You can see where I'm going with this. Okay, so there we go. All right, so now what I want to do now is kind of say this space is going to be, this is space 1, this is an open space, so O for open, this is space 2, O for open, space 3, O for open, space 4, O for open, and space 5, if they're going to be a dominant space. All right, so we're just going to pick a point. Point on our baseline here, and we're going to pick an angle going back to, let's say, another, could be another vanishing point, and we'll just make it across here. This is arbitrary and going back to a space there. All right, so I'll just say it there. I'll put an arrow out this way so you can see it. Okay, so we're going in that direction. All right, so we have that. Now, you'll notice something where we have our depth projections and where our new line is turned at an angle. We have now in perspective, really 2 point, because we have 2 point here, places that we can demarcate for our spaces. Here now is space 5. Here's open. Here's space 4. Right? This is open. Space 3 here and here. Okay, space 3. This is open. Make sure I get that right. 3. This is open. Space 2. Okay. Right there, space 2. This one's open, right? And now to space number 1. Really easy way to use a baseline for equal measurements, right? And to bring them out over there. Pretty nice technique to use. Now, we could say, if you wanted to make it a little complex later on, say, what if these were columns that just went up into space, which would make it a little bit more understandable for this abstract demonstration here. So there's a column, right? Then there's an open space. There's a column I'm just drawing verticals up. Let me pull aside so you can see it, right? So how do we know to get those equal spaces? Very easy technique to do that. There, okay. Over. I'll keep bringing these over. Here. And here. And there, okay. And there. So we're creating open spaces and columns equal spaced apart really quickly. So let's say they were all, everything was, this is going to be the tallest one. Okay, since we're going back, and this is going to be our vanishing point over here. So we just drive from, or line up our ruler from here over to that point, and I'll just draw a quick line through there. Okay, and now we've got equal. Now they become bars in a sense. So let me color these in so you can see it a little bit. So now we have space 1 here, right? Then we have an open space, and then we have space 2, right? In perspective, equal spaces. Then we have space 3, right? We have space 4, okay, equal space, crudely colored in, and an equal space 5. Using a baseline and projecting equal spaces. Now you could do these unequal too, as well, which is pretty interesting. And you can get unequal spaces in the same sense. Okay, now let's do it the opposite way, and let's create unequal spaces. So the first thing I need to create is a horizon line. And by the way, we've been below the horizon line. It works if you flip it the opposite way too, and you're in the sky plane above, but we'll just keep them in the ground plane for now. So I'm going to create a horizon line here across through there, nice and clean, and then I'll create a vanishing point over here. Okay, here's our VP, there's our vanishing point. All right, then I'm going to create let's say that we're going to have unequal spaces, and we need to get them onto a straight horizontal. How do we do that? Well, in the same way that we've done this, we can go the opposite way. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to pick a point and say about right here, okay? Then we're going to go back to a point, just an arbitrary point I have on the horizon line. Remember, this is the horizon line. It's also our eye level. Back to, say, about right there. Kind of like we did up above us, right in through here, and that point there. And then I'm going to create some points on this line, some equal distance points, okay? And we want these to be the unequal in perspective, and how would we straighten them out? So we can do it just the opposite. So let's pick some points. Let's have a little fun with it. We'll pick one here, and then here, 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 maybe one there, and maybe one way out here, okay, and then maybe two more out here. I gotta be careful to make sure I have enough room. So I've got some points. I've got some pretty big points, so you can work. Work with. You can see that. Pull the camera in if I need to. All right. So from this area, I'm just going to draw a baseline. So there's a baseline, just like we did before. Okay. Now you could reverse this technique, and I think you know where we're going with it. You could do it over here and project it like we did up here, or you can project it backwards if you need it back on a straight line. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take from the vanishing point here, then over and through each point to create demarcations on our baseline. You see where I'm going? Here. There. Okay. There. Step out of your way here so you can see it. It's going to start to get wider and wider. Hopefully I have enough room. If not, then this might be our last one there. Woo. Let's see. See if my ruler's long enough. We still have room in the camera. Let's see. Whoops, it's going to be really long. Do I have enough room? Yeah, it will actually. Looks like it will. Okay, coming through all the way over through that point and all the way over. Look how much more space we're starting to get. So this is interesting about perspective. That's why I love teaching perspective and how we understand how we see. So we picked unequal points on a line. But look how now as their depth is projected forward to this now in a straight line, look how far the distance is now. So from here, here, right, here, 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 making dots here and here. Now let's throw some verticals up to show that what we have. So I'll just throw a vertical on each one, a little bit above the horizon line there. Okay. Well, you can see that. You're in the camera. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell. There and here. Okay, and here, right, and there's another one there. Make sure we get them all. Here, here, okay, here, and here. All right, so now let's go back and say, okay, which spaces do we want open? Which spaces do we want closed? It's just a design decision. You can do something completely different from me. So let's say this is space 1. This is going to be open. This is space 2. This is going to be open. This is space 3. This is going to be open, and this is space 4. Now you can project back here and make these thick and make these more depth, but I really don't want to at this point in time. I'm going to cut off the tops a little bit, so we'll go from this top over. Maybe we'll make them shorter and still in the ground plane, so we can do it. Maybe we'll just cut them off about right here, straight across. Since they're flat plane towards us, 1 point with no depth, just like that. Okay. Now I can come back and just color these in. So this is 1. Color this in blue, really kind of quickly, crudely, so you can see this. There we go. That's an open space. 2. Okay. Open space. 3. Right. Open space, and now 4th column back in through here. So if you were doing lettering and you wanted the lettering to have equal spaces or in depth and distance, you can project them on here and then project them back over and find their spaces in between. It's a really powerful kind of tool. There we go. We've got 4 now unequal spaces with open spaces in between using baseline and working on projecting more depth. Pretty powerful stuff. Exercise 7. One of my favorites, kind of blew me away when I was a younger student, and I still think it's pretty cool stuff. Okay, there you go. Let's go on to exercise 8. We're going to be using perspective. Now rule number 3 and 4, the rule of vanishing points and inclines and declines, right? For diagonal vanishing points, and this is going to help for spatial measurement of equal and also unequal spaces. That will be exercise number 8. So and project them back in space off a nice straight horizontal. It's pretty easy, and it's a lot of fun, and you can keep your perspective pretty tight and clean really quickly. Okay, let's go on to 7.